Yeah. Yeah, I'm down. Excuse me. Welcome to the Stanislaus Council of Governments meeting. It's June 17th, 2026, and it's right at 6 o'clock. Shannon, if you would please roll call.
Member Chiesa,
I'm here.
Member Graywall, Chair Condit.
Here.
Chance Condit, Member Withrow,
Here.
alternate member Martinez,
Present.
Member McFadden,
Here.
Member Swallen. Here. Member Escutia Brayton. Here. Member Wright.
Here.
Member Graham.
Here.
Member Gilbert. Here. Member Clausel. Member Hernandez. Member Phillips. Here. Member Gokin.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate it. If you would, please stand for the pledge of allegiance. Okay, next on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public may address the policy board on any item not on the agenda. A comment shall be held to 5 minutes. I do have a couple cards. Carolyn Newman.
Hello, my name's Carolyn Newman. I am with the board member for the Stanislaus County Taxpayer Association. I was on the 24-25 Civil Grand Jury, and I am on the Citizens Transit Sales Tax Commission for the City of Modesto. In light of the recent Modesto Focus article and my own follow-up investigation and the recent Civil Grand Jury report, I'm renewing my call to bring in the county auditor to do yearly sampling to protect the financial future of the county retirees enrolled in StanSara. Everybody's future is at stake in that pool. Everybody should have some kind, the auditor should have some kind of oversight to that pool because it is obviously vulnerable in this way. I also request that this board release the executive summary mentioned in that Modesto Focus reporting. After the previous responses that the jury's original investigation was blindsiding and there were doubts cast on the veracity of that report, I believe the public is due the full weight of the truth and known information. We got here because of fear, secrecy, and shame. To withhold this report would be a choice to repeat those past mistakes.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you for being here tonight. Next up is Stephen Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Stephen Morrow, and for the past 4 years, I have been serving as a board member for the Stanislaus Regional Transit Authority. That term is coming to an end next week. During that period of time, I've learned some things about serving on a board like this. And part of it is making sure that we ask the right questions so we keep abreast of what's going on. Now, for this agency, this has been a tough year, thanks to the abuses of the previous executive director. Now, what happens to her is going to be up to the district attorney. But one thing I did learn is that oversight is something that we as anyone who serves on a board cannot take that lightly. And I've learned to ask some better questions. So as we move forward, this board is going to need to ask questions, be diligent about making sure that everything works properly and that the public money that you folks have been entrusted to distribute properly is used wisely and not wasted at this point. So for everyone, as we move forward, I'm hoping that we can put this behind us and get going and take care of the transportation needs, because we have many needs, and not just related to mass transit. There's still a lot of road work that needs to be done. And when the front page story on the Modesto Bee has nothing to do with the good work that this agency does and only about the negative, that doesn't help anybody. So we'll just move forward and just try to think positive and get things done for our community. Thank you very much.
Stephen, thank you for being here and thank you for your service on the Transit Authority. All right, those are the only two public speaking cards I have. Anybody in the audience that would like to make public comment on items not on the agenda? Welcome, Bart.
Hello, good evening.
Sorry.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Just wanted to provide the board just a quick update. The Stan RTA is in the middle of its short-range transit plan. We are looking at all of our routes to see where we can make improvements to make them more efficient, and to reduce service just a bit as well to accommodate some of the revenue shortfalls we have. But I wanted to encourage you as the board members to know about the service changes that we're proposing. If you go to connecthes.org, it's the website there. It has all the proposed changes on the website. You can see what the existing routes are. You can see what's being proposed to be changed. It's a great tool to see. And then there on the website, you can provide comment on any of the route changes that are being proposed. And then there on the website too is a listing of all the different public meetings that we have throughout the county for people to come and learn more about the route changes, ask questions, provide comment. We want to encourage as much participation as we can to make sure that we get this right the first time. So anyway, I just want to make sure that the policy board is aware of the changes that are being proposed, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Sorry about that. Any others like to make comment? Anything online? Thank you. All right, moving on in the agenda, we're going to kind of adjust this a little bit. We're going to move the executive director report up underneath public comment and then the Caltrans report. We do have a lengthy agenda tonight, so we want to make sure that people are not going to stay here all night with us.
Mr. Chair, if you please remember to get closer to the microphone. They can't hear you online
Is that better?
much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair. I wanted to move this item up so that we can introduce and actually talk about some positive things that are happening in our agency as we're building a team to move us forward. So we've had some key leadership hires this past month, and we'll introduce two of them this evening. So the first is our new Chief of Staff, Karen Dunger. So Karen came on last Monday, I believe, was her first day as our new Chief of Staff. We're really excited and I think thankful that Karen is giving us this chance and opportunity to use her services. She was previously at StanCog for 11 years doing finance, and then we had recently hired her as a consultant to assist us in these transitions and somehow convinced her to come on board full-time, well, part-time, but full-time as an employee of the COG. So this role is very special and will help to provide organizational leadership, policy guidance, and support of our agency as we move forward to new areas. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Night. Did you prepare the speech? I asked you. She'll be speaking to you later, so. And then the next, I'd like to introduce our new Administrative and Finance Director, Carol Denuzio. Carol is coming from UC Merced, has a breadth of experience working in finance for special districts and working with grant programs that are much more vast and broad than the COG. So we're extremely excited to have Carol's expertise, and I think Carol's gonna be a great fit, and we're just excited to get her started next Monday. So she came thankfully just to say hi to the board and so that you can meet her. And if Carol, if you wanted to say hi, you don't have to say anything.
No, thank you, Amber. I am truly excited to be joining the organization and becoming part of this team. Throughout my career in finance and administration, I believe that public service comes with tremendous responsibility to be careful and accountable steward of public funds. As I step into this role, I'm committed to transparency, fiscal responsibility, and providing the board with accurate and timely information to make well-informed decisions. I also look forward to building a lot of relationships with our partner agencies, stakeholders, and communities that we serve, as well as doing my part to strengthen the trust and collaboration across the region. My goal is to help ensure the organization continues moving forward with a strong foundation of accountability, integrity, and public trust. I'm excited for the opportunity and to contribute to that effort and to support the important work of this board and this agency. Thank you all. I'll see you Monday.
Thank you, Carol.
That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Carol. Congratulations, Karen.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, we're going to be doing the Caltrans report. Caleb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good to see everybody again this month. A couple of announcements. This past month in May, Caltrans announced the fiscal year 26-27 Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant Awards. We had 170 applications requesting a total of $74.7 million. It's the biggest ask and most applications we've got in the program's history. Unfortunately, we only had $23.6 million to give out. In District 10, we did have 4 of our partners that were awarded grants. City of Jackson and Amador County, Merced County Association of Governments, TCTC in Tuolumne County. And we want to congratulate the City of Waterford for receiving funds for their Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant. We're looking forward to working with the city and the staff to get that grant going. And then the next round of applications will be due in October. So I'll be reaching out to all y'all to inform your cities and hopefully get some more applications in the city or in the county of Stanislaus. Next item, on May 27th, District 10 hosted a May is Bike Month event here in Modesto on the Virginia Corridor Trail. Caltrans really appreciates StanCog staff as well as Stan RTA that hosted booths at the event. And definitely want to extend gratitude to Councilwoman Escudia Brayton as well as Mayor Zwollen for showing their support at the event. We've done it several years in a row, and we're looking forward to doing it again next May. The next item, I definitely want to give kudos to StanCog and Amber and her team. FHWA awarded unconditional approval for fiscal year 26-27 overall work program. So along with all other 17 MPOs, all the MPOs in the state of California got conditional or approval of the OWP. So I know it's a little dicey for a while, but Amber and her team really stepped up and worked with the folks in the district as well as headquarters to get the approval. So kudos to the team on that. Next item, so on Thursday, June 11th, Caltrans activated a new traffic signal in the intersection of State Route 108 and Klaus Road. For approximately 1 week after the activation, the signal will operate in flashing red mode, functioning as a 3-way stop. This temporarily give motorists time to adjust to the new traffic controls. Some additional improvements to the intersection include new pavement, retaining walls, upgrading drainage, and improving flow with the additional dedicated eastbound right turn lane. 2 funding opportunities which are included in your packet. One is for the USDOT Bridge Investment Program, and the other one is for Federal Transit Administration Pilot Program for the Transit-Oriented Development. And 2 follow-up items from last month. Councilmember Gilbert stated that on State Route 120 and 108 by the clock tower in the city of Oakdale, there were a lot of potholes and some issues. So the Caltrans field maintenance crew has already responded to the issue by filling the affected potholes. We're also planning to schedule paving for the intersection beginning of the new fiscal year. And we've been working with the city on the closure and the detour, and that will be done at night, but we'll be sure to send the messaging out once that construction the date is finalized. And then also Chair Condit stated on the 108 and Riverbank, Caltrans, we had extended the concrete median, but we did not take down the no U-turn sign and also restriping it to make it wider. So we have removed the no U-turn sign so folks can now U-turn And pretty soon we'll be restriping it as well to move the turn lanes to the right to give more room. I do apologize. Ideally, we would have done all three at the same time and that would have eliminated confusion, but we're getting there. So appreciate the patience and you guys getting that to us. So that concludes my report. Happy to take any questions or any items back.
Any questions for Caleb? All right, great job, Caleb. Thank you for being here. All right, moving on into the agenda is the consent calendar. Does any policy board member like to pull any item on consent? Anyone from the public that would like to make a comment on anything on consent? Anything online? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
So move.
I have a first. I have a second. Casey Graham. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving on. Discussion items. 6A, nominate and elect the calendar year 2026 Policy Board Vice Chair and, if needed, Executive Committee member selection. Shannon.
Hi, members of the policy board. I will be taking this item. So today we would ask of you to select a vice chair. The term of office is 1 calendar year. The term shall run from today to December 31st. The vice chair shall also be ex officio to the executive committee, and if necessary, will select a representative other than Modesto to sit on the executive committee. So I'll hand it back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right. We have any nominations? Charlie.
Considering it was a small city, I'd like to nominate another small city, Casey Graham, as the vice chair.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Any public comment on this agenda?
I think it would be appropriate to ask Casey if he's willing to accept.
He doesn't have a choice.
I am willing.
All right. Any public comment? Anything online? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for, I've got a first and a second already. We kind of got ahead of ourselves. But all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Congratulations, Casey.
Sure. 6B, approve the revised fund estimate for the federal fiscal year 2027-2030 congestion mitigation air quality surface transportation block grant, STBG, and the Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, TIFIA, funding project round. Approval of projects. Jose Luis.
They said I couldn't come up with longer committee item titles, and I think I'm proving them wrong. Hello, I'm Jose Luis Casares. I'm your Director of Programming and Program Delivery. This is a revised fund estimate. You might be wondering why the baseball player. It's because I love this part of the game when they want to catch every last ball, even the ones going out into the stands. This revised fund estimate is us trying to catch every last dollar. And we'll get into it. So a fund estimate is necessary when you're going to do a funding round. You have to figure out how much money you have available for programming. We did one back in June 30th, 2024. It's been a couple years. This revised fund estimate accounts for changes since that time. CMAQ and STBG, we now have, with this account, not just for CMAQ and STBG, but also for a new fund type that we're receiving, TIFIA. We account in this revised fund estimate for prior actuals versus estimates. So in the past, we had estimates of how much money was coming in. In those 2 years, we actually have received actuals from the federal government, and they're higher. Our future year forecast was done internally and conservatively. Caltrans has revised or actually come up with future year forecasts, and theirs are more generous than ours were. And then over the last 2 years, some projects have been deleted, and then a term deobligation. That's when the federal government, well, that's usually what happens is when a local agency experiences some sort of cost savings on their federally funded project. We've had some deobligations in the last 2 years. These are funds returned back to the region for programming. So some of those new developments I just covered, we received a new fund type called TIFIA. It is normally a fund that's a loan that you can get as a transportation sponsor. Somehow it's been given out to MPOs as a gift for programming, and we are taking that gift and programming it or proposing it in this revised fund estimate. I mentioned, I think, everything in here on this list, so we're going to the next. So we have the option of not approving this fund estimate. We could just wait and include these funds in our next funding round. And we brought that to all the committees and they all agreed, no, adjust it now. If anything, our funding round has everything that's not recommended for funding goes on a contingency list, meaning that if we got more money, the board has directed staff to program it to those projects. Well, we have more money. We have it now, so we could do a revised fund estimate now. The net increase is 11.3 million. There's the breakdown between congestion mitigation and air quality funds. These are meant to clean up the air by reducing vehicle emissions. The Surface Transportation Block Grant Program. These are our most flexible federal funds. We tend to use them on roadways. But they can be used for just about anything, including the purchases of buses. TIFIA, this new fund that we're getting for the first time, is basically like more STBG. So it has all the same flexibility as STBG, total of 11.3 million. Now, how that breaks down by category is a little tricky, and I think we'll be talking about it more in the next funding round, or maybe I talk about it right here. We are able to fund all the projects in well, let's break this down. So there's large CMAQ and large STBG projects, small CMAQ and small STBG projects. And we've added TIFIA into there. These are 4 silos in this funding round. Of the large CMAQ project silo, we're actually able to fund everything up to 17 million. That leaves 4 million that we are able to move over into the small CMAQ category. So that small CMAQ category goes up by 10.3 million because of us being able to fund everything from the large project plus the increase in CMAQ dollars. The same story happens with STBG projects. We're able to fully fund all the small STBG projects. And so that money we're able to move over into a large category plus the net increase. And I just explained all the breakdown. We were able to fund everything and yeah. So we took this through advisory committees, the TAC, very supportive, MFC, executive committee, also unanimous in their support. The comments were they did want to remind staff, hey, you know, those TIFIA funds have an early expiration date of September 30th, 2028. Yes, and so when we go to program these dollars, we're proposing to program them to projects that can obligate early. We don't want to wait till 2028. And then this amount of programming means we now will have funds committed for the next 4 years. And so there's a comment of, hey, staff should consider how we're going to program projects and in which years. And yes, in fact, we're going to come back to the board with a programming and project delivery policy, explaining how projects will get put into different years. So any questions on the fund estimate?
Any questions for Jose Luis? Go ahead and go to public. Any public comment on this agenda item? Anything online? Yeah, I'll bring it back to the policy board for.
Motion to approve.
Good. I have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Jose Luis, you're up for the next one of the approval of the federal fiscal year 2027-2030 congestion mitigation air quality, CMAQ surface transportation block grant and transportation infrastructure finance in the Innovation Act TIFIA funding round project. Yeah.
Good job, Mr. Chair. I won't repeat any of that. But this is the funding round for the years 27 through 2030. And I like this image because this is where the rubber meets the road. You probably have heard that STANCOG, we are a regional transportation planning agency. Yes. But I like to tell my friends we're a regional transportation funding agency. We have funds, our taxpayer dollars from gas tax and fuel taxes that we get to program to projects to help implement our regional transportation plans. And that is what this item is all about. A recap of how we got here. We did workshops and outreach 2 years ago. Remember the funding round or the fund estimate was done in June. We took that and had workshops and outreach 24 and 25. I'll even add, this is our second funding round where we've been able to test out these guidelines. So we were able to get all the feedback from our last funding round and incorporate it. We brought draft guidelines in March. We brought final guidelines in April. We issued the call for projects. Our local agencies asked for plenty of time. We gave them from April to September. And then when they asked for more time, we gave them an additional month until October. During that time, our agency went through some changes. We lost some staff. So our scoring committee did not meet in December when it was scheduled to. We met over March and April. And during that time, we had to have extra time for CMAQ calculation review. CMAQ, Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Funds, have something called a cost effectiveness calculation where you look at the air quality emission benefits of a project and how much money they're spending to get those benefits. Those calculations needed some TLC. I met with the Air Resources Board, and then I went and recalculated every calculation with every agency and every applicant over April and May. Then now we're taking it to the policy board here in June. This is the revised fund estimate. It's already included in the proposed funding round. No need to do new math. Just a reminder, these funds are available over the next 4 years, but 50 million of them are available nearly immediately. So if our projects want to move quickly, we have the money for them to move quickly. If they wanted to move faster even than this, I have friends at other regions that are willing to loan us the funds interest-free if we want to move quickly. Meaning, if you want any projects from this list to move fast, please go ahead and direct your public works. We have the money. If anyone tells you that Stancock doesn't have the money, we have the money. So, some things from this proposed action. MOVE is recommended for funding. They scored very high for both of their projects. This is the first time MOVE will have delivered CMAQ funded projects, especially at this dollar amount. So we're recommending a contingent approval. MOVE said that their projects would be very ready, and they got scored high for readiness. So we think it's reasonable to give them until September 30th, 2028. That's more than 2 years from now, to enter into an FTA grant agreement for their, this is their permanent BEV, battery electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and their zero emission alternative fuel vehicles. We have some revised recommendations. When we went to the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee, we recommended a contingent approval of Standard TA's operating assistance project. Since meeting with Standard TA, we determined that their operating assistance project is not eligible for CMAQ in that it's not actually increasing bus service, but it is meant to bolster bus service that would otherwise be cut. And CMAQ funds are meant for expanding new bus service, new bus rapid transit, more. And so that money was able to fund other projects. Because of that money, we're able to fund Faith Home signalization, Turlock's rehab of Lander and Olive, Ceres is Hatch Road widening. And then I have an announcement tonight. Ceres, rather than take the full 1 million that was available for them in a three-way tie, they've agreed to only accept 480,000, just enough to do the PE phase, preliminary engineering phase for their project, which freed up $500,000 for the next project in the tie. I approached that agency. They said $500,000 to do a $5 million project would federalize the whole project, increasing its cost. It would not be cost effective. I went to the next agency. They had the same answer. So I went to the third agency, and that is Patterson. They have like a $2.8 million project. Oh, yes. And they'd be perfectly happy using $500,000 on the project. It's actually already federalized. So that $500,000, we're going to ask the policy board do an amended recommendation to program all this plus $500,000 to the city of Patterson for, I believe it's called Golden Eagle. Funding round has not been without its challenges. A $100 million funding round is the first of its kind here at Stancock. Normally we program 30 million at a time. Normally we only program 2 years at a time. We programmed 4. So we had some staffing challenges. Our programming staff decreased from 2 to 1. And the CMAQ calculations, that was a bit of a surprise, discovering that our calculations in the past that we've been using had not been used uniformly, and that we needed to really spend a little more time on them. In the future, we're going to need to allow more time for professional review and calculation of CMAQ calcs. So there's been some committee discussion. There was a question about how we did the tiebreaker. We have multiple tiers of tiebreakers, and we went through those. There was a request to see individual scores. The TIFIA deadline was pointed out as before. There's a suggestion, hey, this funding round didn't prioritize projects that have goods movement. We're a region of goods movement. How about that get included in the next funding round? And then there's questions about the contingency list. How will it be used? And those were answered. Finally, we had a request during public comment at 2 committee meetings that StanCog consider revisiting how it uses the local transportation fund reserve. That's not part of this funding round, but we have LTF funds through TDA, Transportation Development Act, to cover the remaining CMAQ projects. This is an interesting suggestion. Staff is looking into this. We'll be following up. And with that, I will take questions.
Amber, you have a comment.
Sure, yeah, I actually just wanted to add something here, and I just wanted to take a pause so the board understands and really highlight the importance and magnitude of this, not just because it's $107 million, but this process really is, one of the reasons StanCog exists. One of, our mission as an agency in our core function. So I just want to commend Jose Luis for continuing to move us forward as an agency, for moving this process forward, facilitating a fair and transparent process, working collaboratively with our agencies, doing last minute adjustments at the end, but again, that are fair and transparent and data driven. So just really want the board to understand the good work that is happening at StanCog behind the scenes. And then this is, again, years in the making, right? But a ton of work here, and Jose Luis making sure that we are capturing every dollar and making every dollar work for our region. And this is getting programmed, and then Jose Luis in the background is going to be continually working with your local jurisdictions to make sure the funding gets allocated, gets programmed, if reprogramming needs to happen as projects are delayed or issues with projects happen. So it's not just a ton of work now to program this money, it's a ton of work to manage it and move it forward. So I just, again, want to highlight and make sure everybody understands the value of having Jose Luis here and the work that you're doing. So thank you, Jose Luis.
Thank you.
Right. Any questions for Jose? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jose Luis, for that presentation. And indeed, as Amber said, you covered quite a bit of ground really fast, lots of numbers, lots of acronyms. So it's quite complex, and I'm glad we have you at the helm making all that work. But in regards to what you covered, 2 questions. The first one is on regards to the 2 projects that you referenced. You did identify what they were called. You didn't indicate how much they were. Do you have the answer to that?
I have in the agenda packet. If I recall, one was in the realm of about 4 million, and the other one was, I think, under 2 million, maybe 1 point something.
And these monies became available that MOVE is seeking. How was that process made available to the candidate pool?
So in the development of the funding guidelines, one of the conditions or criteria is who is eligible to apply. All of our member agencies, our transit operators, Caltrans is eligible to apply, and also non-profit entities, but they would need to become sub-recipients because they aren't able to deliver federal projects on their own. MOVE Stanislaus is able to apply. In order to deliver this project, they would need to become a sub-recipient to a federal federal aid agency.
Okay. Okay. So they're in the process of becoming sub-recipients in order to receive the funding?
That is their intention, yes.
Okay. Also, when you were speaking to the reprogramming and the redistribution of fundings that weren't used, you used an example of series where you redirected the funds to another municipality project. How is that, how does that translate into the budget and its transparency in writing? How do those funds, how are they shown or how are they delineated in a statement?
In what statement or my statement?
In any statement.
Okay. So in the tables, there's summary tables in the staff report and then as an attachment, are every one of the projects with their request and their recommendation and their score. As we get further down the scores, eventually we run out of money, and so projects are recommended for $0. There was a tie in scores between three projects. I believe Turlock won the tie, got $5 million. That left a remainder. We ask every applicant what they could do if they got a partial award, because I mean, we could just not program $1 million because our next request is for 5. But if they can do something with partial, we offer it to them, going down the contingency list by the ranking. So the next ranked project, and so on. This conversation has happened since the policy board mail out. So you'll see in there that Ceres has either 900,000, probably 900,000 available to them in this policy board action. We're actually asking the board to revise that to give them 480,000. And then the next, so the question is, how would we document this? I could come back to the next policy board meeting, or in the minutes, it would be documented about what the changes were. Sorry, did I answer your question, Member
At some
Scutterbrae?
point, when you have clarity on the documentation of the process, I would appreciate you getting back to the policy board on that. So was this process overseen by a committee, by staff, or by yourself?
The guidelines were approved by the policy board and taken through all of the process. The guidelines have how tiebreakers work, and they also specify that we have the projects who are unfunded are on a contingency list by order of scoring. So then staff executes the guidelines, and the staff is me. Yes,
Thank you again for all your hard work.
absolutely.
Any other questions for Jose?
Delicious cookies, by the way. So on the large STBG, we have 5 million set aside for Gates to Dakota. But we had a fully funded project prior to the 5 million. What is this 5 million displacing?
We would not use the word displacing, but we would use, but certainly with replacing is fine. Dakota to Gates, in order to go apply for state funds, which were Trade Corridor Enhancement Program funds, needed to show that it had all of its local match lined up and committed. It did not promise that that would remain the funding strategy afterwards. So Dakota to Gates received 67 million of its $77 million total project cost. Stancog used 10 million of Measure L to match it. The intent, though, is to make that Measure L last for the whole State Route 132 project. There's an interchange coming up that also needs funding. So when you get funding, you don't necessarily take your foot off the gas. You can continue searching for other sources. So Stancog applied for 5 million from here, as was our intent. But when we applied for TSEP, funds, it's not advantageous in the scoring criteria to tell the California Transportation Commission that you hope to use $5 million that you might get at some future funding round. Instead, you tell them that you have these Measure L funds, but you do not stop searching for funds. And so we applied for this funding program for which this agency was eligible to apply, and we thought we had a competitive project. If there was another opportunity for funding for 5 million, we would also pursue that and try to free up all of the 10 million of Measure L so that we can use that 10 million for the interchange coming up.
And the Sperry Road interchange doesn't score well, but the interchange on 132 does. What's the scoring difference for the two interchanges?
I can bring that full analysis back separately off of my top of my memory. Sperry interchange has a safety issue, but it does not carry the same goods movement, mobility, kind of benefits that are with State Route 132. State Route 132 turns all of Mays Boulevard back into a walkable, bikeable, kind of local neighborhood. So there's bicycle and pedestrian and neighborhood benefits. There's a lot of benefits of State Route 132. There's a reason why it competes so well for funds. I don't know. I was actually quite surprised to see the Sperry interchange perform so low. It is a question mark. I guess I could also add, Stancog has contracted out with consulting support for its grant applications. Our grant applications look excellent. And that can give us an unfair advantage, I suppose, over agencies that are just writing applications in-house.
Any other questions? I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. Any public comment on this agenda item?
As a matter of fact, there is.
All right, Dave, come on up.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board. Glad to be here. Just a few facts about the county road system. County is a half of the federal aid miles in this county by centerline mile. There's approximately 1 million trips per day on county roads. Adams serves 3 million customers a day. Takes county roads 3 days to match that. We move a lot of people and goods on county roads. County roads, 90 to 95% of them are not appropriate for bike and peds, much like Pellendale. The speeds are way too high. Modesto doesn't have sidewalks on Pellendale and bike lanes. You'd be insane to put people that aren't pros on Gear Road where the average speed is 68 miles an hour. County roads are for connectivity. Gear Albers, West Main, Las Palmas, Crow's Landing Fink connects 99 and I-5. County roads, Stanislaus County roads in particular, carry 10 to 15% trucks, 2 to 3 times the nationwide average. Goods movement projects like Sperry Road and I-5, that one broke my heart. We got a hole on the west side of that interchange that will not stop. And you stand there with Dave and my road superintendent, every other vehicle through that intersection is a truck. We can't keep that intersection together. And it's a county road. There's nothing to the west of us. It's a lot of Patterson, a lot of regional movement, and the ramps back up. Sperry Road confuses me. And it's really a Patterson project, but we were partners on it. Keys Road at 99, we're getting lots of backup there, half mile or more. 400 to 800 trucks a day northbound during tomato season get off at Keys Road interchange, head down Keys Road to Albers to ConAgra. I mean, those are all county roads. And historically, Formula STBG, that's what Dave misses. Look, the county got, I don't know, 28% of the STBG, and we did overlays. When I was a kid, when I first started the county in 2007, we could do overlays for $100,000 a mile. Now it costs us $400,000 a mile, and we're not getting much money. So out of the $107 million funding round, the county is getting $8.9 million. Stancog is recommended for more, which I don't know. I understand 132 is the #1 regional project, but Stancog doesn't have 470 miles of centerline miles of county roads or federal aid roads. Going forward, here's my recommendation, and I won't be around for it, and that's fine. Maybe we would consider a goods movement category. That was my comment. Sperry Road interchange, that's goods movement. Every road that we have in the county that's a federal aid road is a goods movement road. And the idea of moving LTF to Stan RTA, that was mine. I'm ACE trained bidder now. And this doesn't matter that I'm ACE trained bidder, but we got $27 million sitting there. Let's do something with it for God's sakes. And we can backfill it. That was Jose Luis's idea with future CMAQ. So let's put some of that 27 million to work where Public Works roads departments used to get some LTF back in the day, LTF spillover, and I understand Adam needs it all now, and that's fine. It's, I don't know. It would fund all the small CMAQ projects pretty much. And so Waterford would get one, Patterson would get another one, and Houston would get one. There was, at Management and Finance, the city managers liked that idea quite well. So at any rate, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you for being here. Any other public comment on this agenda item? Anything online? Okay, I'll bring it back to the policy board for either further comments, questions, and or motion.
Please use your microphone.
Go ahead, Vito.
So I'm not ACE trained bidder, just so you know. I'm going to speak from a different perspective, but I don't disagree with what you're saying under some caveats. I know we talked about this at the exec committee, and I'm like, I don't think it's 27 million. I keep thinking it's 21 or 22 million dollars. But regardless of what it is, over $20 million that was set aside in excess LTF that wasn't claimed, and it's in our reserve for ACE Train. ACE Train now, they keep slipping. The date is now 2031, 32-ish. But we can't come into 2031, 32 and not have any money there, because or else they're going to wipe out, half the bus system here, Stan RTA, and because they're eligible for some of that money, and it put us in a horrible position. So I agree having the reserve. When Dave originally had pitched this a little bit to me after the exec committee, I told him no way, because this board, as it's configured now, when we agree on something, we can't tie the hands of future boards, and they're going to come in here and say, to heck with ACE, or we're going to do something different with the money. And we'll be $1.7 billion into ACE, the completion of the northern part of the rail. And if we're going to get out of our air quality problems, rail is going to be a huge component of it in the future. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, because Rose and I sit on the air board, and we can't meet the demands without something extraordinary. So the train is one of the extraordinary things that could happen for us. Again, this is just a global picture. Dave said we put future CMAQ money against it. And I said, okay, what's the guarantee? We can't sign blood pack here and cut our fingers, because again, a future board can do what they want with it. But cost of construction is going up so quickly, and everything we do, and every project that we can take off of this list today is money saved tomorrow. And for sure, I won't be here. Some of you might be around for the next funding decision. But I would tell everyone that I'm okay using some of that reserve. I've been protected for the last 5 years, and I always think we're crazy to talk about it, but I'm okay with it as long as people commit. That doesn't mean anything, but it's like you're packed with your brother. You shake hands, and you hope everyone agrees that ACE will be important in the future, and then we might have to not have as many projects later. I would be okay looking at that option of trying to fund all the projects on the small CMAQ, because that's the easiest way to spread some of the money. Turlock did really well. Modesto did really well. And again, bikes are important, and they score really well in this funding cycle. But Sperry Road interchange is a complete disaster. It's dangerous. We talk about it all the time, and it's probably the greatest corridor of freight movement in Stanislaus County, followed by Beard Industrial, and they can't compete for any of the money as it's configured. And those were the jobs that are happening. So I think we need to take a look at that, seriously take a look at that as a board. It doesn't have to come today. I don't think it has to come today. But I would strongly suggest that we look at it, and I don't care, rather than take a look at this and come up with recommendations and then bring it back to us.
Any other questions, comments? All right, I entertain a motion.
So moved, Vito.
I'll second.
I have a person second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chair, if we
Yep.
could just, for point of clarification, is the motion to include the amended funding as proposed in staff's presentation regarding the City of Ceres and Patterson, I think it was, or is it as presented?
It appears the number, the way I see it, the series, thought it was the correct number.
Yeah, can you clarify?
The amendment would be to decrease the amount for Ceres' project from 980,000 to 480,000,
Okay,
and to program 500,000 to the City of Patterson's American Eagle Phase 1 project.
that was my amendment.
That was the amendment.
Does the second on the motion agree to the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you, Monica. Moving on to 6D. What? As part of the,
Was I zoned out? Did we just vote on that?
I'll do it again.
Oh, wow.
I apologize to the public.
One of those days. I agree. All right, 6D. Accept fiscal year 2024-25 Measure L Oversight Committee fiscal year 24-25 annual report on findings regarding compliance with the requirements of the Measure L ordinance and expenditure plan. Jose Luis, you're still up.
So I'm back. It is part of the Measure L ordinance requires that Measure L have oversight and transparency. The board provides that oversight, but in addition, there's the Measure L Oversight Committee. And they are tasked in the ordinance with providing a report annually to the Stancog Policy Board. The Policy Board doesn't have to take an action on it, but this item is listed as motion to accept that report, not to approve it, but to accept it. I will be just providing a couple of details, but I'll be stepping out of the way and allow the chair of the Measure L Oversight Committee to present that report. Some highlights, I don't know if they're really highlights, but there are some key points from the report are listed in a table. I don't have a PowerPoint for this, but in the table, we note that 7 of our member agencies have completed their audits on time. Actually, more accurately, they completed it by May 19th, not necessarily by the March 31st deadline that is the deadline listed for these audits. We chose to not continue to wait for more audits, but instead to go ahead and cut it off and have the Measure L Oversight Committee review these audits as submitted. Last year, there was a bit of a holdup as we were trying to get a consultant on board to as an auditor, and there was also some late audits. So this report that's being provided today was not actually provided until December last year, 6 months later than we are presenting it now. I guess what I'm trying to say is how successful we are in getting our audits done also depends on what time of year staff chooses to cut this off. We cut it off in May. There are some agencies, including Stancog, that have not completed their audit in 2 years. I would note if an agency hasn't completed their audit from 2 years ago, it is impossible for them to complete their audit this year. They're guaranteed to be late. So missing an audit by 2 years, it's not double bad. It's just to be expected as the agency tries to catch up with getting its audits done. With that, I'm going to go ahead and step away from the lectern and allow the chair of the Measure L Oversight Committee to present the findings of the Measure L Oversight Committee, Chair Paul Van Konijnenburg. Paul.
Welcome, Paul.
Thank you. In November of 2016, the voters of Stanislaus County were asked to trust their local government with a half-cent sales tax for 25 years. They were promised 3 things: that money would fix roads, that it would be independently audited every year, and that a Citizens Oversight Committee would make sure both promises were kept. Tonight, I'm here as the chair of the MLOC committee to tell you that Measure L is fixing roads, and also to tell you that honestly, the other 2 promises are not fully being kept. Let me start with the good news. Measure L has resulted in better roads and safer streets. Roads are being repaired. Major capital projects are moving forward. Children have safe routes to school. Seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities are getting to appointments. Stanislaus County voters made a wise investment, and this community is benefiting from it. But I also want to be candid. The context for tonight's report is more serious than at any time since the MLOC was formed. The pattern described in the Stanislaus County Civil Grand Jury's 2025-2026 report is the same pattern of oversight problems that the MLOC has raised for the past 3 years. The grand jury found that oversight failed. Tonight, we are here to say that in the specific context of Measure L, oversight is still failing, and this policy board needs to act. Here are the highlights of the letter that are in your packet. I will highlight 3 major compliance findings. First, Stancog's administrative expense audit has not been completed for 2 years. The Measure L ordinance promised voters that administrative spending would be capped at 1% and independently verified each year. Right now, we cannot give voters that assurance. Second, Patterson did not pass the maintenance of effort audit for 2025. Riverbank failed the fiscal year 24 MOE audit. We recommend that the policy board apply required penalties for fiscal year 2026, 2027. There's also a contract issue. The master funding agreement says agencies pay for their own MOE audits. StanCog has been paying instead. We raised this issue last year, and to the best of our understanding at the MLOC, it remains unresolved. The fix is simple. Change the contract or change the practice, but stop doing one while the agreement says another. Third, 6 agencies have not completed their fiscal year 2024-2025 audits as of May 19th. Ceres is 2 years behind. The deadline was March 31st. Under the policies and procedures, StanCog has the authority to withhold disbursements from non-compliant jurisdictions for fiscal year 2026-2027. As early as December of 2025, the MLOC saw signs that the audit cycle would have compliance problems. We asked the board to address the enforcement gap by March 31st. That deadline passed without the policy board acting. Now I'll highlight 2 major ongoing concerns. The first is excessive fund balances. We raised this issue of August in 2024. We again raised this issue of 2025. In December of 2025. The balance is higher today than it was then, and it continues to grow. And I will affirm that those agencies have made presentations to the MLOC since December of 2025. I will also affirm that the agencies have programmed much of the money, not all of it, but much of the money. But I will also affirm that they, for various reasons, are not being able to execute on the construction of that programming due to bandwidth issues. This is matters because of construction inflation, which you've already heard tonight. Project costs are rising faster than general inflation, so money that sits unspent loses purchasing power. On page 6, subsection 4, subsection 2 of the Major Policies and Procedure, it authorizes a fund exchange mechanism. You all need to work as a team. It allows cities that cannot use their funds promptly, even if it's programmed but cannot be executed, to loan them to jurisdictions with shovel-ready projects. We are asking the policy board and the individual agencies to direct StanCog staff to actively facilitate this program. Voters approved this money to fix roads. It should be fixing roads, not sitting in the bank. Second, the 1% outreach program. In December, the MLOC formally asked this policy board for a legal opinion it relied on when it authorized the 1% public awareness outreach program in the 2025 to 2030 master funding agreements. The MLOC has repeated this request at every meeting since December. We still not have received this opinion. Why is this information being withheld from the MLOC? Given the civil grand jury's findings about unauthorized expenditures flowing through StanCog's administrative budget, this question is more urgent, not less. We are raising it again tonight, and we expect an answer. Staff has advised us that legal counsel intends to bring that opinion to a closed session at the August Policy Board. However, the MLOC does not understand why the legal basis for master funding agreements adopted in a public meeting must be discussed in closed session. We repeat our request that this opinion should be presented to the MLOC. What we are asking this board to do. The MLOC's formal recommendations are in our annual report letter in your packet. But let me clearly state what we need from this board. Number 1, complete the StanCog administrative expense audits for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 immediately. 2, require auditors to comply with the ordinance and the master funding agreements by providing separate MOE verification statements for every applicable jurisdiction that is a condition of audit acceptance. Also include management's discussion and analysis. 3, apply the ordinance section 9.04 penalty to Patterson and Riverbank for failing the MOE audit. 4, enforce the audit deadlines that already exist. 5, activate and facilitate the fund exchange program for jurisdictions with excessive fund balances. Put that money to work. 6, provide a legal opinion of the 1% outreach allocation. 7, respond in writing to each recommendation of this 2025 letter and our 2026 letter. Not verbal acknowledgement at meetings, a written response to the MLOC so that public can hold this board to account. Closing. The MLOC is not a policy-making body. We can't do anything other than write letters and urge action. What we have are the ordinance, the master funding agreement, the policies and procedures, and the mandate voters gave us when they approved Measure L. The MLOC has been doing its job. Year after year, we have raised issue in formal letters to this board. Year after year, the response has been acknowledgement without action. The 2020-2021 civil grand jury asked whether StanCog was enforcing the master funding agreement. The 2025-2026 grand jury found that StanCog's own internal policies were not being enforced. The urgency is now. As you sit here tonight, see yourselves not only as council members, supervisors, and mayors, but see yourselves as board members with the fiduciary responsibility over an organization through which tens of millions of dollars of public funds flow each year. Act with a sense of urgency that these issues may be resolved now. You have a duty of care to oversee the organization faithfully, a duty of loyalty to the citizen of Stanislaus County who voted for this measure and are still waiting for its full promise to be delivered, and a duty of obedience to the law and the governing documents you approved. The MLOC does not want to write this same letter next year. We ask that you make this letter public as the ordinance requires and direct staff to respond in writing to each recommendation, then please follow through. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm willing to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Paul?
Should we get the full written script? As I was taking notes, but you talk fast. And
I will give it to the staff.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay.
Any public comment on this agenda item? Come on up.
Bill Treeweiler, just wanted to emphasize what was just stated. Money not spent is losing purchasing power. I know that in Turlock, we have money sitting in the bank gaining some kind of interest, but it's losing its purchasing power. And that's bad for Turlock. It's bad for the county because it's public money. So we need to get that money into the jobs, just as stated, make sure it's being done and not just sitting in the bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Milt. Any other public comment on this agenda item? Anything online? Okay, I'll bring it back to the policy board for further comments.
Well, we can't say we haven't been warned by the MLOC and by Paul. He's been extremely patient up to this point. I can hear the frustration in his voice. I would agree with him that we have staffing now, we have the ability, and I know before when I talked to him, I was talking about capacity, but now we've built some capacity around here and we need to make this a priority. Measure L has changed the way we do business. It's allowed us to build 132. It's allowed us to do North County Corridor and lots of other local projects, and we can't put it in jeopardy. And at this point, just the appearance and what Paul had talked about, and I always say it, no one worked harder to get Measure L passed than Paul, and it probably has it probably take a little personal too, because he worked so hard to get it passed. So we need to act and quickly, I would agree.
Any other further, Charlie?
Didn't we ask for that legal opinion for the 1% and for also clarification on paying for the audits, if that's what the Measure L says? So we asked for that months ago.
I don't remember what Amber.
He wasn't here.
She wasn't here, but
She wouldn't.
Monica.
So the board did create the Measure L, an ad hoc committee to work on some of the recommendations and items that Mr. Van Kneinenberg addressed as part of his report, and I believe that they are meeting. Jose Luis is the staff person that's working with that board-created meeting to again address some of those items. The board did ask for that legal opinion, and it is in progress and will be presented in August.
For the, you talking about the legal opinion for the 1%?
That is correct.
Okay, well, like the gentleman said, I'm kind of mystified why it has to go to closed session for legal opinion for something we voted on. We, either it's legal or it's not legal.
Legal opinions are subject to the attorney-client privilege and are presented only to the board until directed otherwise by the board. So as an attorney licensed in the state of California, it would be inappropriate for me to present a legal opinion to the public without first having presented it to the client.
So the 1% that was set aside for this public outreach, none of it's been spent yet, correct?
It's my understanding of when this was adopted that it was included in the OWP for one fiscal year, correct?
We would have to defer to some of the finance staff, but when this concern was raised by management and finance and by the Measure L Oversight Committee, the 1% for public outreach stopped being spent or set aside anymore from the Measure L.
Froze it.
Dave, you're part of the ad hoc committee.
We haven't got into the 1%. We've been working on the audit information. Right? Jose?
As staff has said, I think they're maybe just a little shy. We budgeted the 1% after the board said that we should. Money was spent against the 1% in that we contracted with a consulting firm to do outreach, and they have been billing us and invoicing us. At some point, staff heard the comments from the board and the Measure L Oversight Committee and put a halt to spending against the 1% for outreach, but has continued to spend money for outreach, but from the 1% that's for administrative oversight of Measure L. How much that is, I cannot answer. I would have to talk with the finance team. Also, if the board would like, I do have prepared comments from staff addressing some of the concerns of the chair, and I could deliver those, or I could not. I have the ability to comment if
Go ahead.
it so pleases. So I prepared something written, but I just want to say I have the utmost respect for Mr. Paul Van Kneinenberg, the work he's done for Measure L, the whole Measure L Oversight Committee. Something I'm proud of, and I don't know, it feels a little self-serving to say it, but I do his job in Sacramento. I serve on the Measure A Oversight Committee. And so we're brothers from different counties. So I care about those same issues, and we discuss the same things in Sacramento. So just some things, I guess, to put this in context. The comments that were made by the Measure Oversight Committee and by Paul were made to a different executive director. They were made to a different series of interim executive directors, and they were made to different folks in finance. And they were not made to me. I've only been over Measure L since about February or so. When I was assigned to Measure L, first thing I did was meet with Paul to understand the Measure Oversight's concerns. And I wanted to commit to fixing everything immediately because that's what I like doing. But I understand the workload and the volume and the way things move. I committed to incremental progress toward addressing all of their concerns. And I am still committed to that. We are all committed to that. The second thing I just want to point out is I want to urge a little bit of caution about how we mete out punitive actions. So real quick, we've had our challenges, high levels of staff turnover that's categorized and discussed in the civil grand jury report from 2 years ago. More staff turnover since. Of the 5 members and directors of management that were working at here Stancog 1 year ago, 4 of them are gone. I remain. Measure L has been under the oversight of the finance team historically, and that was Karen, and she did a great job during her time. We have not had Karen for a bit. In fact, we've actually been without any finance director for 2.5 years. Stancog, we're hiring a finance director. We just introduced the new one tonight, and I'm very excited for her to join us. I'll also add that last year's audits, the year before, weren't timely either. Our contract with the auditing firm expired back then, and there was a scramble to get a new auditor in place. I guess what I'm saying is a series of excuses, but these are also explanations. This is the incremental progress I'm talking about, though. Measure L now has a program manager, and I have programming experience. We haven't had that before. Since I took over Measure L in February, we've formed the ad hoc committee. It met March, April, and June. Our last meeting was just last week, and I will talk about that in just a sec. I went and met with the Napa Valley Transportation Authority to gather their best practices for how to apply Measure L. This is something that our agency hadn't really done before. In addition to hiring a new finance director, we actually hired our old finance director back. We are finance director strong now. That OWP, I was the first to applaud for it. We're making strides here at this agency. I hope you can see it, and I hope the Measure Oversight Committee sees it. These audits that we're discussing now, we're actually discussing them 6 months earlier than we did last year. And that's one incremental improvement. We now have a contract with an auditor who seems to be doing a decent job. They didn't do exactly what we wanted this year, but next year we expect incremental progress. Finally, the ad hoc committee that I want to talk about, it met last week and developed a draft proposal for plan for discussion that will be going through the August committee cycle. That proposal does not address all things, but it addresses many of the compliance issues brought forth by the Measure Oversight Committee. Finally, about punitive actions. It can be tempting to react punitively to late audits. We want to move forward in a strategic and thoughtful manner. We want to partner with our local agencies. We are the local agencies. We want to have a successful Measure L program. That's what we're trying to do. Before we impose punitive consequences, I want to better understand what's going on with those audits and why they're late. I have actually not contacted any of our delinquent agencies to understand the lateness of their audits. I just know that they're late. And then what we want is a plan to get them into compliance. One of the things I've learned is you can't rush finance. It's a slow and prodding progress. If you had staff turnover that was 6 months ago, you're going to be 6 months late. It just happens like that. But our goal is to deliver on the promises of Measure L, and we are making that incremental progress. As staff, I just want to let you know I'm very interested in this fund exchange program. We can't force any agency to loan its funds out, but if there is a voluntary interest in this, that could be very interesting. I believe there are some agencies that would love to do more Measure L than the funds that they've been getting. One way to do that, though, is bonding. We can bond. We don't just have to do the loan. I believe, I wasn't around back then, but I believe the reason why we tried to have 1% of our funds go for outreach is because we needed to do more outreach. But the 1% we collect is kind of just enough to pay for our finance team and that annual report we do. To do more outreach, it does cost more money. And I think one of the neat opportunities is Stancog has the ability to collect for the audits that we do for the member agencies. We've been footing that bill, as Chair pointed out. We shouldn't have to foot that bill. We should be able to ask our member agencies to pay their portion of doing the audits, and that money can go back in to help pay for the 1% that Stancog does. So I will be continuing to work with the Measure L Oversight Committee. I continue to work with the Measure L Ad Hoc Committee, and your staff is committed to incremental progress. Those are staff's comments.
Any questions for Jose? Thank you, Jose. So we did public comment. There was no comment online. We're back to the policy board, and this vote is to accept the report. I do need.
Mr. Chair, there is a comment now online, if I can
Sure.
address it.
Go ahead.
James Reith made a comment saying, why can some of these funds not help offset the service reductions for Stan RTA?
Thank you. Okay, we are at a point for a motion.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Shannon, did you get them both? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, unanimous. Okay, so we are going back to 6C, because we want to make sure that we got that right, and the amendment at the very end was added. Don't raise your arms, Vito, you didn't win it. Okay,
And I made the second.
you made the second for the amendment. Vito,
I made the motion with the amendment.
with the amendment. Mayor was the second. Anybody have any questions on that? Anybody have any questions? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Chair, can I say something on that last item?
Absolutely.
I don't want any staff to think that there was any attack. When I'm mad at myself more than anyone else, and I take more blame than anyone else. It's not, I would agree that we've had a capacity issue. But when I say the time for action, it's the time for action for me, right? That we need to lead and we need to determine what are the priorities and how to handle those. So I just want to make that known to staff.
Okay, moving on to 6E, approved by resolution 25-83, the fiscal year 2026-27 Transportation Development Act, TDA, apportionments for transit and other purposes, fiscal year 2026-27 allocations for transit. Cassandra.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Cassandra Barrientos, and I'm the Associate Transportation Planner here at StanCog. And I'm going to be presenting on our fiscal year 2026-2027 Transportation Development Act apportionments. So here at StanCog, we follow something called the transit cost sharing procedures, which are incorporated into state statute. And that just ensures that transportation funding is fairly distributed here in our county. We follow 3 steps when we follow the procedures. The first one being to develop the initial funding estimates, which come in around February. The second step is to determine the transit funding requirements. And that we meet with the transit agencies here in our region, such as Stan RTA, Turlock Transit, and Move Stanislaus to understand what their transit needs will be for the incoming fiscal year. And the third and final step is to determine the amount for reserves. Also, in coordination with the TDA, it is required that we conduct an unmet transit needs analysis. And so we concluded that earlier this year in January, and back in May, we brought that here in front of to the board, and that got approved. And it was found that there were no unmet transit needs that are reasonable to meet in our county. And this step is important because if there was an unmet transit need that was reasonable to meet, then we would need to award some LTF funding to that prior to the transit agencies. So thankfully, there was no unmet transit needs in the agent or in the county. So going back to step 1, back in February, we got the estimates from the state controller's office. So for the first one, the LTF estimate came into about $32 million, and that comes from a 1/4 cent sales tax here in our region. And then the STA estimate came in at about $5.3 million, which comes from a tax on fuel and diesel, and that estimate came from the state controller's office. I do want to take a moment to note that the LTF estimate has maintained stable for the past 3 years. It's been $32 million. So that just shows that it hasn't been increasing and growing to help our transit agencies. And in the case of the STA estimate, it is about $5.3 million, and that has continued to decrease year over year. Again, noting that it comes from a gas and fuel tax, and that has just been decreasing over the years. So the next step is to determine the transit needs. Here at StanCog, we created a form for the transit agencies to fill out to let us know what their requests are and what their upcoming projects are for the upcoming fiscal year. We met with them, and if they had any questions, we allowed for revisions to their application before their final submission to understand what their upcoming needs were for the fiscal year. So here is just a quick summary of our LTF. So as we mentioned, there's $32 million that we are awarded, and we get money off the top. So for administration, that is 1% that goes to that. For planning, we get 3% off the top. And for non-motorized, that's 2%, and that's essentially for projects for streets and roads to the local jurisdictions in our county. So that leaves us with about $30 million. And from there, we subtract about 5% for our community transit service, and that would be Move Stanislaus, leaving us with about $28.6 million. And from there, we meet with the transit agencies to understand from Stan RTA and Turlock Transit what their funding apportionments would be for their operations of services, as well as the Turlock and Modesto Amtrak station. So in total, we are removing about 5.5 million off the top from LTF. So the next step is to create the transit ceiling cap, and we break it down by population base. So given that Stan RTA covers a wider range of the county, they get 87% split, whereas the city of Turlock gets a 13% split. And that leaves with Stan RTA wanting to claim about 28.4 million and the city of Turlock wanting to claim $3.4 million in TDA funding. So in conclusion, all of the TDA funding is scheduled to be planned out, and there will be no money this fiscal year that we plan to put in reserves. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Questions for Cassandra? I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. Any public comment on this agenda item? Anything online? All right, I'm going to bring it back to the policy board for a motion or further comments.
Move to approve.
I have a first. I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on to 6F. Authorize the executive director to execute a professional service agreement with FC Construction Incorporated in an amount not to exceed 1.5 million for the demolition of buildings on properties acquired for the construction of State Route 132, SR 132, West Needham Street to Gates Road. Tony Harris.
Good evening, Chair and board members. My name is Tony Harris, Manager of Strategic Project Delivery here at Stancock, and I'm here to present this item. I always like to start on the 132 items to refresh everybody what the project is. So the exhibit that you see on the screen shows that ultimately the plan is for State Route 132 to be a 4-lane expressway from 99 to Gates. What you see in blue is the first portion that was constructed by the city of Modesto, which is a 2-lane expressway from 99 to Dakota. Currently, Stancock has consultants on the contract that are doing the design, permitting, and right-of-way acquisition for 2 more phases of the project. One phase would be extending the 2-lane expressway from Dakota to Gates. The other portion would be to build out the interchange at State Route 99 and 132, so you will have direct freeway-to-freeway connections. Where we currently are in the process for Gates to Dakota, it's a 2-lane expressway, but it will have overcrossings at Hart Road and Dakota, and then it will tie back into the existing State Route 132 at Gates with a roundabout. And the interchange at 99-132 will provide direct freeway-to-freeway connections to and from the south, and it will also reconstruct the Kansas Avenue interchange. We are working very hard with this, and the first portion that will go to construction would be the portion from Dakota to Gates, which we expect to go to construction next year. As part of the acquisition process for Gates to Dakota, there are 24 acquisitions needed. Some is partial, some is full. Caltrans over the years had acquired some of the right-of-way previous, so on the exhibit, what Caltrans previously acquired is shown in blue, and what the team is now acquiring is shown in orange. Within that acquisition, there are 5 buildings that needs removal prior to construction. For the interchange, there are 41 acquisitions, both full and partial. All their acquisitions are shown there in orange. There are 26 buildings that needs removal. As part of this procurement process, a request for qualification was issued April 16th of this year. We conducted a pre-proposal conference on April 22nd, and proposals were due May 21st, 2026 by 4 p.m. 19 firms downloaded the request for qualification, but only one firm submitted a proposal, FC Construction. In looking at the 19 firms that downloaded their RFQ, we noted that several of the firms were outside of California, and there was others that were in Southern California. We sent inquiries to 3 firms located in Northern California that downloaded the information but did not submit a response, but we have not received a response to those inquiries. So in looking at this, we proceeded with the evaluation of FC Construction, and the evaluation scored 92 out of 100. So staff is recommending that we enter into a on-call professional service agreement with FC Construction in an amount not to exceed 1.5 million. This was presented to Management and Finance on June 3rd, and they approved a motion to support staff recommendation. It was also presented to Executive Committee on June 8th, and they approve a motion to support staff recommendation. As always, with any State Route 132 items, I like to point out how you can always find more information of the project and get in contact with the team. We have a project website that's labeled as stateroute132west.com, but also you can contact us at the email, which is contact@stateroute132west.com. So with that, I'll pause for any questions.
All right, thank you, Tony. Any questions for Tony? Any questions, Tony? I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. Any public comment on this agenda item? Anything online? All right, thank you, Tony. Clear for a motion?
Move to approve.
I have a first.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? 6G, authorize the executive director to execute Amendment 4 to the professional services agreement with Mark Thomas and Company Incorporated for $979,443 for the State Route 132 project from Needham Street to Gates Road. Tony here.
Okay, I had the pleasure of presenting this item as well. I'm going to fast forward through some of the slides that it's a habit I have to always talk about the project, so I'm not going to repeat it because I just did it the last presentation, so I'm going to get right to the point here. So this Mark Thompson Company, I'm going to walk through the procurement. I'm going to walk through the history of the amendments to get you up to this point, along with all the previous board actions. The request for proposal was issued July 15th, 2021. I want to make sure you follow along with what the scope of services was at each one of these steps, because there are some differences. The RFP scope of services that was included was for plan specification estimates, PS&E, which basically design, and also right-of-way acquisitions. And the limits of that was for a 4-lane expressway from Needham to Gates, and it included the full interchange at 99, the partial interchange at Carpenter Road, a full interchange at Hart Road, and a full interchange at Gates. So it included the ultimate project in the description of the request for proposals. In September 2021, the policy board authorized a contract budget authority not to exceed an amount of $15.5 million for Needham to Gates. The staff negotiated with Mark Thomas and executed a contract not to exceed of $12,724,954. And the scope was to prepare the plan specification estimate for Needham to Gates. It did not include right-of-way acquisition. So again, the full scope of the project, all right, the full facility, but I want to note that the portion from Dakota to Gates was still in the environmental process. So you couldn't really proceed with the design or the right-of-way acquisition until environmental is done, because you don't know what you're building yet. Okay. In January 2023, Amendment 1 was basically a budget reallocation between tasks. There was no change in the overall contract value, and there was no change in contract scope. In April 2023, Amendment 2, the policy board authorized a contract budget authority not to exceed $12,750,000, and this was for Dakota to Gates. And with the previous action by the board, That made the total combined authorization be $28,250,000. Contract was negotiated and executed with Mark Thomas in the amount of $12,484,278 to prepare the PS&E, not the right-of-way, the PS&E for Dakota to Gates. And if you combine the two sections together, that made the total contract value $25,209,232. So the scope now is we're going basically Dakota to Gates. The environmental got completed in April 2022. And then we added in the scope to do the design. And again, it's still talking about the full four-lane facility with all the interchanges. In September 2023, staff came to the board and developed and recommended a implementation plan that really phased the project more into segments that we felt could be more fundable and could be moved forward to proceed. So with that, the board authorized a contract budget not to exceed the amount of $28,750,000, which is exactly the same as the previous one. And we took that and executed a not to exceed contract of $26,941,245.34. Don't know where the 34 cents came from, but we got 34 cents. And this was for Needham to Gates. The scope of this, I want to point out, is not only now doing design, but we're now doing right-of-way acquisition for the entire project. And it's also focused on two-lane expressway from Dakota to Gates, which is extending what the city completed, and build out of the full interchange at 99 State Route 132 West. So where we are today, we have a request for amendment number 4. And this request is for additional contract authorization for right-of-way acquisitions. As you get into more detailed design, we identified some additional acquisitions. For example, out in Gates, Dakota, there was a road that at the time we all assumed it was a county-owned road. As we got into title research, it was there by easement, so it was owned by 2 adjacent property owners. So we had to go back and add that into our acquisition, just an example. Building removal management services. You're seeing several items come before you about boarding, fencing, and removing buildings, and we need to have someone to manage that services as we move forward. Obtaining environmental permits. As we phased the portion, we had to go back through the air quality conformity process, which we have now completed and done that. And we also moving forward with having Caltrans administer the construction of Dakota to Gates. But we also want to include a community engagement component of that, which will be managed by Stancock to make sure we keep everybody fully informed. So the amendment request cost is $979,443. If approved, the not to exceed amount increases to $27,920,678.34, which is still within the policy board authorized not to exceed amount of $28,750,000. So the recommendation, then to be really specific, the recommendation is for the board to basically authorize the execution of Amendment 4, and the execution of that will still remain within the authorized not to exceed contract amount of $28,250,000. Management and Finance Committee on June 3rd approved a motion to support staff recommendation, and Executive Committee on June 8th approved a motion to support staff recommendation. And this is where you can always find information about the project.
Questions for Tony?
I just want to qualify, we will have all the right of way for the 4-lane, but it's the design component that we would not have completed on this phase, right?
Almost. There's one portion in the vicinity of the future Hart Road interchange where there's a piece that we will have to come back and acquire. It was a strategic decision to meet the delivery deadline for construction funding. So when you come back to do the full design for 4 lanes and the Hart Road interchange, there is one parcel that we will need to do acquisition of. But other than that, we will have all of the right of way for the ultimate project.
So when we've completed the Dakota to Gates and $1 billion drops in there, $100 million drops into our lap, what work has to be done to finish the 4 lanes? In
So
line?
when we finish Dakota to Gate, it's all constructed. The interchange, 99-132, design will already be completed. All the right of way will be done. We will just need to go hire a contractor and construct that part. What work will have to be done after that is the design to basically go from a 2-lane facility to a 4-lane facility from Needham out to Gates. Keep in mind that the structure section that's currently being built for the 2-lane facility is being built so that that can be done by just adding a 10-foot shoulder on each side, because the actual pavement structure section for the lane is being built now. And then you will have to do the interchanges. The partial interchange at Carpenter Road would need to be done. The full interchange at Hart Road will need to be done. And the full interchange at Gates will need to be done. The roundabout that's currently being built in part of Dakota to Gates is at the location of the ramp intersection for traffic in the future that would be going eastbound. All right. And so that is the work that will need to be done in the future.
Thank you. Rose, did you have?
I do. Thank you, Chair. Once again, Tony, you and your team are just awesome. I'm glad you guys are heading up this project. You referenced a 2-lane expressway.
Yes.
Was that Dakota to Gates or Needham to Gates?
Needham to Dakota is what you see out there today. When you go out and drive it, that portion today, that's a 2-lane expressway. Just imagine what you drive on today, seeing the same thing go from Dakota to Gates. That's what be the 2-lane expressway. That is, we're working very hard to get in construction next year.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I thought in your presentation towards the latter slides, you indicated that you're recommending that your community engagement component of this agreement be transferred to StanCog. Is that correct?
Let me clarify. In our current contract, we already have a community engagement component, but it's only for design and right-of-way phases. We do not have, resources in there for that during the construction. So this amendment includes that so we can perform that services during the construction of Dakota to Gates.
Oh, okay. So that's just adding on the construction community engagement to your existing design and right-of-way.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. So it's not transferring it to.
No.
Okay, because you guys have done such a good job with that already. I would hate to see someone else tackle that, what you guys do so well.
Well, Caltrans will handle the advertising and administrative construction, and we will still do the community engagement component of it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Any other questions, Tony? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up to public comment. Any public comment on this agenda item? Anything online? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the policy board for motion or more comment.
Motion to approve?
I have a first. I have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to the next agenda item, H, adopt resolution 25-84, authorizing the executive director to use contingency funds from the fiscal year 2025-26 and fiscal year 26-27 for relocation and building improvements and other related costs. Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, members of the Policy Board. I'm Karen Dunger, and I'll be taking this item. In October of 2024, StanCog Policy Board authorized the acquisition of property located at 1407 Ice Street. At that time, it was determined there would be significant building improvements and maintenance that was required, including installing a fire suppression system, a boardroom large enough to host a meeting of the size of 100 to 125 people with a 16-member dais. The building was leased until January of 2026, and it is now vacant. StanCog staff are making plans to transition to be moving into that building over the summer. And we will be using a phased approach to this move. The modifications that were originally proposed will not be completed by the time StanCog takes possession of this building. Phase one will be getting the building ready for staff occupancy and the ability to hold smaller committee meetings in compliance with occupancy guidelines and the building's current use codes. The phase one will involve retrofitting lighting, replacing carpet if necessary, reconfiguring office space for cubicles, providing wiring for IT support, installing audio-visual equipment for security and conference room use, and facilitate moving and disposal services. And lastly, just some general cleaning and maintenance that needs to be done. The remaining improvements will be made after staff has reviewed the plans for the boardroom, and additional funds are available for the remainder of this project. Staff is recommending that the policy board provide authorization for the following. The executive director can make necessary purchases, executing necessary contracts for these services and improvements, and utilizing the appropriate procurement methods that are outlined in federal and state procurement policies and best practices to ensure that all of these funds are used in the most efficient and effective manner. Staff is also recommending the use of budgeted contingency funds in the amount of $20,000 and contingency funds in the amount of $60,000 from both fiscal years 2025-26 and 26-27 to fund these expenditures that are necessary for a total available funding balance of $160,000. These funds are already in the budget and are available for both fiscal years. These budgeted funds come from StanCog's TDA administrative revenues. StanCog also anticipates a cost savings for a partial year of the lease expense. The total year would be expected at $122,000 per year, and any funds that are generated from these savings will be used to help offset these costs. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Questions for Karen?
I do
Dave,
have
go
a
ahead.
question. On the fire sprinkler system, is that due to the fact of the conference room being 100+ people, or is it due because we're a government agency?
It is due to the size and the occupancy. So we've checked into that from the city of Modesto. And at this time, we can move in and have smaller meetings there without exceeding the limit. So yes, it does have directly to do with the amount of people that are occupying in the chamber.
What's the limit?
Well, we've had some questions on that. We're still trying to narrow that down. It's somewhere between 50 and 60 in the main. And if we were to have a boardroom, that would be up to the capacity of 50 or 60 occupants.
And are we planning on adding the fire sprinkler system prior to moving in?
Not prior to our moving in, but prior possibly to having the boardroom being able to be used, yes, if necessary.
So the only room that needs to have the sprinklers is the boardroom?
No, the whole building will need it if we go into, if it requires that, it will have to go through the whole building.
I talked to the fire chief yesterday concerning this, and he totally recommend for us not to move in until that's done because of the work that needs to be done, the mess that it creates. He said it's been a disaster for organizations that feel like they want to move in now and they come in and put the sprinkler system in, it just disrupts everything. So I think that's something we need to really explore because we may have some problems once we start. It's a major project. And have any idea what the cost would be?
I think we got some cost estimates. It's probably in the $100,000 range. But I think that the improvements that were previously identified were quite extensive for upgrades to the boardroom. And so as we had talked about with the board, and our recommendation is to occupy the building for office space at this time. And, funding wasn't identified for those larger improvements, which would trigger the fire sprinklers. And so at that time, we would evaluate the impacts to our operations. And quite frankly, if, in the future, and this would be a year or so down the road, that we would even be able to do these larger upgrades. Staff was working from home for 2-3 years during COVID, and everybody has ability to work from home. So we could always, work through that if we needed to. That would be my response to that.
I have a question. It sounds like the problem would be considering it's lighting, carpet, cubicles, wiring, audiovisual equipment that then when you go in to do the sprinkler system, that could be destroyed. As far as that would be the question, I guess, is spending the $160,000 and then only to find out that it has to all be redone.
For the lighting, we're only talking light bulbs. For lighting, we're only talking replacing
Right,
light
I know,
bulbs.
I'm just talking about $160,000 is what we're approving tonight.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So that would be my only question.
Yeah, and what we've identified is just minor, maintenance, essential items really to get us moved in. It may or may not be in the, 160,000 is the high end of what it would cost. We're just being conservative to make sure that we could accomplish everything we needed to move. So and in terms of the fire sprinklers and improvements that we might need, again, our minor maintenance improvements, and fire sprinklers, quite frankly, wouldn't destroy, I guess, the rest of the building. It would require, removal of the ceiling. And we're not making any recommendations to do any major upgrades because we know in the future there might be some remodeling of the inside of the building. So we're being very cautious and conscious to not make any significant improvements because we know additional improvements will be required in the future for a boardroom.
I would just really double check on the fire sprinklers, make sure that if we do take possession and move in, that they're not going to come back and say, well, wait a minute, you can't be in here because you have to have fire sprinklers.
Correct.
And I just really make sure because the impression I got from the fire chief yesterday, was that, or that today? It was yesterday, is that it's required that we have fire sprinklers in there before we move in, no matter what. So I might want to check that out.
Daniel.
Thank you, sir. My question, is this just for the fund reallocation or is this fund reallocation and granting permission to move in ahead of the suppression systems?
This is just fund reallocation.
Okay, I think I agree also with Councilmember Wright. I don't believe moving in ahead of the suppression systems being up to date. And like Mayor Zwellen said, the carpets, everything you're gonna have to put into it to be ruined or, damaged in any way before the suppression system is done. I wouldn't support moving in ahead of schedule.
Is there a number for the conference room that you won't need a suppression unit?
Correct.
What-
We're
what is that?
anticipating that's around 50 to 60 people. So if we,
I think that's plenty.
correct,
If we bump down the size of the conference room, we don't need a sprinkler system whatsoever.
exactly. That's what we were being told. Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense
Get
to
it
be worried
right.
about this if we don't need that big of a conference room.
Any other questions for Karen?
With being fully staffed, how many people would we have in the agency?
Approximately, 17 right now is what we have budgeted for fully staffed agency.
Okay.
Right, but previously it was 20, so, max 20.
So if it was 20 and then 16 of us, that's 36 right there. If everybody was present at a meeting. I just confirmed that this is like a safety issue. We can't not get this right because if there is a fire, that's going to be potentially a disaster, right? So, I think that if we know and have that confirmed, the answer to the question of whether we're even allowed to step foot in there without some sort of a suppression system, regardless, it sounds like, of the public being there. But then if the number is 50 and you have 25 staff, 30 staff or whatever, and then 16, you're already, you're almost there with us. So,
Right, and I'll just
Anyway.
provide some points of clarification that right now we're not anticipating having board meetings in there until we do upgrades. And at that point, that may or may not trigger fire sprinkler upgrades. Right now, all we're doing is moving to an existing space that has been used for this purpose for administrative offices. The building was occupied up until December of 2025 by a bank. So we're not changing the use of the facility at this time. And so we don't recommend having board meetings in there at this time. So we,
I understand that. I'm just saying if what we're hearing now is that even to move in at all, there has to be a system. Just need that clarification.
Right, and yes,
Yeah.
yeah. We haven't gone so far as in writing, but we have checked with the building official of the city of Modesto, and have gotten that confirmation. Some form of writing, but, you know, we can do that. But again, it's been occupied for office space, and that's what we are, you know, utilizing it for.
Where would we have board meetings?
Well, an additional item, another item about our lease here. So we have the opportunity and option to utilize this facility for several months, and then we can discuss alternative meeting locations.
Any other questions, Karen? All right, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Any public comment on this agenda item? Anything online?
Yes, they're asking you to please speak in the mic.
Man, been trying.
Not me, it's online, I promise.
Okay, well, I apologize to those people online that my mic is not picking up. I'm going to try to do better. Okay, I'm going to bring this back to the policy board for a motion.
I would move to approve.
Second.
I have a first and a second. I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call, Shannon.
Member Gogan,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Gilbert. Aye. Member Graham,
Aye.
Member Escutia Brayton,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Member Swallen,
Aye.
Member McFadden,
Aye.
alternate member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Withrow,
Nope.
Chair Condit,
Aye.
and Member Chiesa.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 6I. Receive an update on fiscal year 23-24 for a financial audit. That's going to be a verbal report by Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As required by law, StanCog issues annual financial statements in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles issued by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. These financial statements must be audited by an independent certified public accounting firm. The LSL CPA firm was awarded the contract by the Policy Board to conduct the audit of StanCog's annual financial statements for fiscal year ending June 30th of 2024. They have audited each of the major funds and aggregate remaining fund information, such as the General Fund, Transportation Development Act, and the Measure L. At this time, however, the audit is not final. LSL is in the process of finalizing subsidiary schedules, finalizing the single audit for the federal awards, and detailing their findings. The single audit is expected to be completed before the end of July, and the full audit will be ready for the policy board by the August board meeting. We do plan on bringing it to you at that time for acceptance. Management does realize that StanCog has been significantly delayed in completing their audits in a timely manner. They are diligently working to resolve these issues, and hopefully by the end of next year, we will be resuming our full and normal audit schedule. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those for you at this time.
Any questions for Karen? All right, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. Any public comment on the verbal report? Anything online?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Okay, I hope everybody, moving on the agenda, I hope everybody's had time to take a look at the informational items. And we've already covered the Caltrans report, executive director report, and now to member reports. Any members have a report? Go ahead, Vito.
So I've been sitting here stewing about Paul BK, the MLOC. And I'm going to reiterate that as I'm sitting here thinking about the committee met in April, May, and then they skipped a month in June, we got to try and accelerate that and get to the bottom of some of these issues, because we can't have this hanging out, because this will be something else that potentially gets turned in. And this is, I think it's avoidable. So we need to take it very seriously. That's it. I'm sorry.
I would have to agree with that. Any other member reports? All right, we do have,
I have a member report, just very briefly. another road. No, actually scenic Orangeburg in Kansas with ADA improvements. And we have done 400 areas of ADA improvements so far. More to come. Thank you.
All right. All right, we are going to adjourn to closed session. Monica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The policy board is going to adjourn to closed session to discuss items 11A, B, C, D, and E as identified on the agenda.
Just like to recognize to Julie Strain from Houston City Council, the alternate member. She's been sitting in the council or back in the room there.
No, they probably will just mention.
Okay, everybody ready? Recording's on. Yeah. Okay, we are reconvening back from closed session. There is no reportable action, and policy member McFadden did not participate in closed session. So the next up, 13A, adopt resolution 2585, rescinding resolution 2550, approved by the policy board on March 18th, 2026, and authorizing the executive director to renegotiate the lease for 1111 I Street. Amber.
Thank you, Chair. As discussed in prior items, to enable staff and StanCog to move to the new facility at 1704 I Street, we need to rescind a prior resolution that executed a lease for another year term, and to go back and negotiate with the landlord for a shorter term lease. We have discussed with the landlord those new terms, and they're amiable. He's amiable to those terms, to have a shorter lease to 4 additional months after July 30th through October. And other terms that we discussed was, being able to leave office furniture that we do not need at the new facility. So just need board's direction to rescind the prior resolution and negotiate a shorter term lease.
Motion to approve.
We're not there yet. Any questions of Amber? All right. Any public comment? Any online comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board, and Kaylee has a motion.
I'll second.
Daniel's the second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? B, approve cost of living adjustment COLA for StanCog employees for fiscal year 2026-27. Amber.
Thank you, Chair. Every year, cost of living adjustments are a part of wage increases that are brought to the board. Last year, StanCog approved a 3% COLA increase. We did include an assumption for 3% COLA increase in this year's operations budget. I'm bringing to you a recommendation for a 3.8% COLA increase based off of the CPI and looking at our comparable local agencies as well. So the recommendation is to approve a 3.8% COLA for StanCog employees effective July 1st. That would not be applied to employees that are coming on after this date.
Any questions from the policy board about it? Seeing none, I'll open it up to public comment. Any online comment? No. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion. I have a first, second.
Which one?
Dave Wright was the first one. Sorry, Daniel. Running late. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. All right. 13C has been pulled, so that takes us to adjournment. And our next regularly scheduled policy board meeting, August 19th, 2026 at 6 p.m.
I think I so distracted.
Safe going home.